And good evening, good afternoon, good morning, everybody. Welcome into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and welcome on into my channel. We're a 3D printing channel here where we either print or build 3D printers. We do a lot of different 3D prints, whether it's helmets, uh, trinkets, and figurines, to all the parts needed for 3D printers. So welcome on in, and thank you all for coming in this evening. Tonight we're going to be starting a new project. On our last stream, we sort of finished up with our Fabrico Rook Mark I kit. We did have a snag with the hot end where there was some, I guess, excess rubbing or something in the filament path that was causing an issue with the filament not feeding correctly. I've already reached out to Fabrico and I'm working on getting a replacement hot end shipped out within the next couple of days so that we can get that printer up and going, and we will revisit that project in a few days once we get that in and get that fitted. So tonight the plan is to start the first of a series of streams on doing a Additiva 3D Ender 3 belt printer conversion. So normally you would take a built Ender 3 like this one right here, and you would start by tearing it down to its various parts to a certain degree, and then you would start building up the conversion kit. What I've got is in a box down here on the floor. I have a brand new Ender 3. Well, not a brand new to me. It's a used Ender 3 kit, and we will be opening, well, we will be working off of this particular kit. And that way the first part of the manual, which says basically go and tear down your 3D printer, we don't have to worry about that. We've already torn it down because it's still quote unquote new in box, and it's already broken down. So we will be working from this kit, and we will open that and take it out a little bit later in the process, just because we don't have to break it all down. Hey, Solar 3DP, how are you doing, my friend? How are you doing? Hopefully, we will be getting into another printer build series today. I believe you're my first person in, so we're going to just chat it up for a little bit. As you may know, if you were on the Thursday night stream or if you've seen it on Twitter, I did have an issue with the supplied Rook CHC hot end. The issue was stemming from something to do with the filament path. So as we put bone tube in here and we start trying to feed filament in, it catches on a lip of the throat. Now, the throat is right at just a shade over 1.75. So filament goes through rather easily. It's just an alignment issue at the very top of the hot end in the throat. So I've already reached out to Fabrico. I'm trying to actually figure out how they want me to get hold of them, whether it's through the support mailer or through a Discord channel or something, to try and get a replacement. At the very least, I just really need just a replacement cold side, because everything else about the hot end's fine. It's just the cold side heatsink piece. So as soon as I can get that swapped out, we'll jump back to the Rooks just to kind of do a recap with it printing again. And we're going to do the same thing. It'll kind of be like an ad hoc-ish finishing up printer stream, because we'll need to revisit the Rook, but we're also going to need to revisit the Trident that's still sitting right here. The reason being is I'm still waiting on a panel kit to come in. And once I get the panel kit, we'll put the panels on it. I've already bought some stuff. I'm going to add lights to it because I have smoked panels all the way around. Holy cow. Thank you for the gifted subs there, Solar 3DP. 20 community subs. Holy cow. Thank you so much, Solar. I appreciate that. Thank you much. Let's see, we've got excellent, we'll call it Excellent Bull, Mod Light, Otter's Danger Den, Wind Farm 86, and Aaron F. Geared all got gift subbed. Awesome. You didn't do it at all. Exactly. Somehow something happened and it just tagged against your name. I don't know how that happened. I think we saw that happen between you and me both on Royal Nomi and BC stream last night. Hey, Stephen Poole, how you doing? Glad you're doing good and you're able to make it in tonight. Let's see, who else got gifted subs out of that tranche? We got Stellar Nerd, Fish Swimming, Big Jano, Dyla TV, like I said, Excellent Bull, Rob Inc., Modlight 83, Aaron F. Geared, Sweet Sugar Girl, Capricorn Bowden Tubes, Jerry 3D HP, Robin, R&N 3D, and Stephen Poole. So thank you so much for that, Solar. I appreciate that a lot. That'll be one way of shouting out and letting everybody know that I went live if they didn't get the notifications. So yeah, so we had an issue with that hot end on the Fabrico Rook, and I can tell you with all of the hot ends that I have ever used, and I have got some very cheap AliExpress specials before, I have never once had that like hang up. It's almost like there's a little bit of a ledge at the Bowden tube to throat connection. Again, I do not know what is going on with this system where it keeps tripping up and saying that you're gifting subs there, Solar. So thank you, Solar, for gifting some 10 more Tier 1 gift subs to Oceanocraft 3D, C. Travis 13, Rice-A-Roni, D-Wings, Small Snow, Boosted Cobra, Kiefersack, 86 Carrera, Darth Gollum, and Duff 204. Wow. Thank you so much again, sir. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's going to help grow the channel, help get people in here, help them get not get bogged down with ads and stuff like that. So I really appreciate it. It's really nice of you to go ahead and do that. Now you're going, there you go. Sweet and simple, just like that. Bada bing, bada boom. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. So yeah, I've never had that issue or experienced that issue with the filament path hanging up right at the throat. I've had issues with clogs where the nozzle wasn't fully seated to the heat break, but this is actually at the very top of the heatsink area where the PTFE tube is first leading into the heatsink. And I've never seen it do that. And I posted this up on Twitter, but this is what it was doing to the tip of the filament. You see how it kind of jogs over there? And I've never had that happen before with a heat break or a hot end. So I don't know if it's just slightly, like if the throat's drilled slightly off center or what have you. But we'll get that figured out one way or the other. And then on the Trident, like I said, while I've been waiting for the panels to come in, I've decided I'm going to put some lights in it because I'm going with smoked panels. So I've got some lights that should be here in a couple days. And I just printed a camera housing. I'm going to do another Arducam like I have right here in the Zero G. And that way I'll be able to keep an eye on prints. I tried multiple tubes. I tried the tube that they gave me, and I tried other tube that I had sitting here, and it's the same thing. It's hanging up, and even with a cut tip, it still hangs up. So it's like there's a slight ledge there, and it's more pronounced on one side versus the other. That's why I think the hole itself may be drilled slightly off center. So, but it's weird. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, and then this series here, it's going to be a interbelt conversion kit. So on a previous stream, what? I hate when my stream deck does that. You go away. You go away. Stream deck work. There we go. So on a previous stream, we did open up this box that came in. So, and you'll notice starting to clean here. Things got moved around. There's some other changes going to be coming in the near future. But we went through and we kind of did a quick unboxing and review of the kit here. It's a pretty nice kit. Our rollers, I'm going to keep stuff in the wrap until we actually need it. But the rollers are all metal. They used to have printed plastic end caps. Now they're all metal all the way around. So that will be nice. All of the extrusions are already cut to length and already tapped and what have you. The CNC'd parts are very nicely done, and they're powder coated, not anodized. So we may have to do a little bit of work on these to actually clean out some threads ahead of time. Because once again, powder coating adds a thicker layer than if you had anodized things. So we're going to have to kind of get some of the excess powder coat out of some of the holes that are threaded through, right? So we'll go ahead and take these parts out and take a look at some of these, because some of these will be real easy to look at and go, okay, I know exactly what that part is, and I won't need to look, but they're each individually labeled what the part is. But I do know that these will be some of the parts that we'll use first. But I definitely wanted to pop these out and show you guys this nice powder coating on here. The powder coating is very nice on here. It seems to be very uniform and even. There's our big bag of parts and gubbins that we'll be digging through. The belt, I am going to unclip this and kind of let it start relaxing some over the build stream, because we do want it to lay pretty flat. And so I need to just get it and let it maybe kind of figure out a way of letting it hang somehow so that it can start like getting back into a form. But that's a pretty thick, hefty belt there. And they did change the material, so this particular belt is supposed to have a lot better adhesion than the original belts did. So we're just going to lay that out there and kind of let it start to hopefully unfurl some. Might have to put something on it to keep it flat. Like, I don't want to do that and put a crease in it. But we'll lay it somewhere so it can start trying to ease out and work itself out some. Some of the other parts I know we're going to need are these here. And once again, these are CNC'd aluminum powder coated. So look how thick that is. I mean, these things are chunky extrusions. And these are the front plates. And you'll have a, this will be your tensioning for your belt at the front of the printer. Yeah, once you put it on the rollers, it'll fix itself. But I want to kind of lay it out and let it start easing itself out some. Like I said, I've already looked ahead in the manual some, so I know I'm going to need a couple of these parts early on. So I will go ahead and undo some of these. And as I mentioned to start with, the manual, the first part of the manual, we'll get to the manual in just a second, will kind of walk you through taking apart your Ender 3 down to a certain point. And we won't be doing that because my Ender 3 is in a box. So we'll kind of feed it, or we'll get to that part when we need to. Just kind of looking at these parts, seeing what they are. Then I'm going to set these over here off to the side. These we're going to need fairly soon. This will come later. These I think we'll need fairly soon. I don't know about that one. So we've got some very thick rods here. I'm not sure what they are yet. I still haven't mic'd them. I think we kind of did a quick gander at them, and I think there's something like 13 millimeters or something. Like 12 millimeter rods. So that's like some crazy thick rods there. And so there's two of those. These will be for the belt rollers, and then there's one more. And this will be for the drive for the Y-axis. I'm just going to set these over here. And then these will be for your build plate, for mounting your build plate underneath the printer. And we'll get this out of the way. And with that, now that we've kind of gotten everything opened up and laid out, sort of, we'll open this up. So let's see. So how much is this kit? This kit, let's go to the site because they did recently change the price. Well, 3D printer kit.com. There we go. Let me change the view down here. Okay, so the Ender 3 belt printer kit here, yeah, it's gone up a bit. It's $360. It's normally $380. They only have it in anodized red right now. And the newer kits, so the original kits, like didn't have tensioners for the Y-axis, which is the slanted vertical axis. They had a different tensioning mechanisms up at the front. I may need a T-square, and I have one. That's no big deal. But this kit, as you can see, is $360. Let me see what we got here. I tried changing the tube. Did I try drilling it a little bigger at the top? I did not, because it's a brand new hot end and I want to get it back to them so that they can see that if there's an issue with a batch or a lot that they got from their vendor, that they can get it squared away. What I did do is I ordered a Micro Swiss heat sink, which is going to be the same exact size. It's basically a CR size heat sink. So I ordered one of those, and even if I have to send this whole heat sink back, I have a CHC that I can use here. So I can still get that printer up and running if it's going to take a while to get the hot end back. But I know who their vendor is, and I'm surprised that I've seen this because I've got other hot ends from that vendor and I've never had an issue with them with the filament path. So that was kind of weird. And that's where I'm wondering if it was just like a batch that came out wrong or something. I don't know. Yeah, the inner belt kit is very nice. The parts are very good. There's been a few updates here. So the roller caps are now all metal, as we discussed. It now has an upgraded belt that's thicker and promotes better adhesion, so there shouldn't be a need for glue stick. They're now including top corner timing belt tensioners. So that's tensioners for the Y-axis. And they really are just the standard, let me show you. It's the standard, or I'll say a standard, or it looks very much like a standard Creality tensioning mechanism, right? So this will screw onto the piece, the belt will be there, and you'll be able to adjust the belt. So it's very much like a standard Creality one, and it is all metal. So that will be nice to be able to tension those belts easier rather than trying to play with the mounting of the drive rod and stuff. So we will kind of put all of our screws over here, and we'll have to dig through them as we need them. We will have tensioners. And it now includes the CNC belt tensioners from the stock kit. So that was what I was showing you, was the CNC belt tensioners. So once again, big, chunky pieces, right, that will, that will go into here. Your through rod will go through a bearing that's mounted to this piece, and then you'll have a screw tensioner in the front that you'll be able to tighten the belt against. So these are really, really beefy, chunky, and you're not going to have a problem snapping these suckers. And if you do, I'd hate to see how much tension you put on them when you did, right? And now they're only in the premium red anodizing. Now, if you order from Fabrico, it appears like they only have the green anodized parts, which is, they don't have some of these upgrades, which means you would have to then buy the upgrades. They do sell most of these upgrades as individual parts as well, so that you can upgrade. So it's like, was it $60 for the left and right tensioners? So that would be the metal pieces that I just showed you. Oh wait, it's 45, or no, it's 58 for the 45 kit. The diagonal, so the Y timing belt tensioners would be $30. The rollers with the metal caps would be 60, and well, that's for the ender extender. There's also an add-on kit that's $190. I am considering buying this, and what this gets you is a BIQ H2V2 hot end, right? And I would actually buy the Revo version of that hot end and put it on there so I could use the belt nozzles that I have. And linear rails on the X and the Y axis, including new metal plates for, as needed for those to mount with. And of course would come with the metal belt tensioners, which would be redundant from the main kit, and a layer cooling fan. So there are some really good pieces in these kits, and I think this is going to be a really good kit to work on. Everything looks well thought out, and the manual is well updated. There's a good Facebook community and Discord for this printer, so that's good there as well. Okay, you're still rocking the old stuff. So you've done this before, haven't you? 3D or Solar 3DP? Going into a T-square. Okay, yeah, I've got one. Yeah, the H2V2 is nice, Chewy. But like I said, I want the Revo because I've got belt nozzles and I want to use those on this. So I think that's kind of a good intro set. Now let's we'll come in here and we'll start working on the printer itself and see if we can't get the build going. So like I said, the manual's pretty good. This is version 2.1 of the manual. There is a resources page on their website that had this information on it. It goes through what's included in the kit, additional printable parts, needed tools, and then it'll go into disassembling the Ender 3, which we won't do. The only thing I really need to do is remove the Y-axis and heat bed assembly. I will do that after, when we go to actually use those parts. I'll do that then. And then we'll start preparing the frame in chapter 3. So let's scroll down through here. And by the way, hey Chewy, how you doing? Hey Timor, how are you doing? I just saw you there as well. Hope you all are doing well today. This kit, you will find all the necessary parts for converting an Ender 3, Ender 3 Pro, Ender 3 V2, any Ender 3 into a belt 3D printer, sort of like a CR30. Some additional 3D printed parts might be necessary. They do supply the STLs, and I have printed these off. I went ahead, because this is a red, I just used the leftovers of the Sparta 3D Sparkle Fluorescent Red. And this is the quote unquote 45-degree axis end stop bracket. So this will be for the Y end stop. And then you have a plate here that you will install for the screen. So it just moves the screen a little bit further out to the side. Yeah, like I said, I picked up 3 belt printer nozzles, and I want to give those a shot. So what I'll do is, for now, once I convert the Ender 3, I'll swap the hot end out to a Revo CR, which should be here Thursday, and I'll be able to use my belt nozzles there. And then when I do the upgrade to get the linear rails and go to the ByQH2, then I'll be able to just pull the nozzle and put it in the ByQH2. So needed tools, set of Allen keys, adjustable wrench kit, measuring tape, calipers, metal ruler, etc. Arduino Uno and set of DuPont wires for firmware flashing. Yeah, we're not going to need that. So then it starts about disassembling your Ender 3, because once again, it goes from you probably have an Ender 3 that you're running right now. The one that I have is so heavily modified. Hey, Free Heathen, how are you, my friend? That I decided I just bought one. In fact, I just bought 2 more yesterday as well. So I'll have another 2 that'll be here sitting around for future projects that have yet to be identified, but will probably happen. So I'm going to kind of skip through this because, once again, my Ender is taken apart and in a box. So everything should be there. Let me see, what is this part? Disconnect the power from the machine, open up the lid of the electronics box. To disconnect all wires going to the hot end harness, Z motor, and extruder. Okay, so basically disconnect all the wires. Gotcha. Part the Z-axis. Take off the top of the frame. Take off the screen, which is already off. And then take off the bed. So the biggest thing is take all the wires off the motherboard and then take the whole Y section off. And like I said, we will do that once we take that stuff out of the box. But for right now, I'm going to start with building the rear frame, in which case we're going to need a few of our extrusions that came with. So we'll need 2 at 346 millimeters and 1 at 290. So these will be our right side, and these will be most likely our 346 because they're the same size, and a 2020. So these 2 are just going to set off to the side for right now. Like I said, we'll need those. That'll be the other upright. So how are you doing today, Free Heathen? I feel like we were just talking. And we're going to slightly diverge for 1 second here, folks. Okay. So Free Heathen, if you are paying attention, my dude. Okay. So this is what it looks like. So it does tuck in a little tight right here, but that's, I've got a little excess baggage there. Too small? You think so? I'm not sure how much padding I would need. Should fit like an OTV. It'll be great, but it's small. So I may need to increase this by like 5% and reprint. Because that'll give me, I mean, it's right here where it kind of curves in that it's, like right here. You do 8%, and that's really so you could just add some, like a layer of some foam on the inside to provide some padding. Okay. But I mean, still, I think this is pretty good, and I will probably use this just to practice my assembly techniques and maybe painting. And if anything, this may just be like a static display here, and then I'll do the other one. So yeah, cool deal, sir. Thank you for the. You can totally wear it. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. No worries. No worries. So with that, I'm going to jump back over to this screen, and we're going to do the fun stuff, which is peel off the plastic and see how much or how many metal shaving pieces come off of this. Because there is metal shaving from when they cut this. This is by no means a an LDO frame kit, where there's no anodizing on the end, but this is all doable. And quite honestly, other than the CNC machine parts, I mean, nothing here is anything you can't, like. You can get 2040 and cut 2040 yourself. You can. So I'm always conflicted with cutting these rails. It's like, do you take the plastic off first, then cut them, and then just vacuum? Or do you cut them with the plastic on, hoping that it catches most of the slivers? Never really know which way to go. Except I always feel that it's the way I didn't go is the way I should have went. Ugh. Okay, so we've got our cut with plastic on so they don't get scratched. Well, yeah. I will say that these at least look like they were cut pretty darn well. Are they a perfect 90? I don't know. I'd have to check, but the cuts look clean. The cuts themselves do look clean. Let's see how square the ends are. Little bit of a rock, maybe like a 1 degree offcut. So we've got our two 2040s, we've got our 2020. We're going to need a couple of corner connectors, which are right here, and M5x8 screws and some M5 slot nuts. And how about that? There's 4 M5x8s and 4 slot nuts. So they've got it all packaged together. So hopefully that holds out all the way around. And Hot nut. Come on. There we go. And I am just going to kind of get this snugged. Not fully, but just kind of snug. Okay, is that a 5 or a 3? Oh, there we go. It's 3. What I thought initially. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, now do you cut your rails with a chop saw or a bandsaw? And neither one's necessarily wrong. I'm just curious what everybody's preference is when you're cutting rails. Chop saw? Yeah, I've got a chop saw with a, I'll say, a metal blade on it, for like soft metals, but it's out in the shed, so it kind of depends, um, whether I use that or my, um, uh, bandsaw in the garage. Kind of depends on how hot it is outside. Because if it's really hot, I'll do it in the garage because at least it's a little bit cooler in there than it is out in the shed. Okay, and I'm actually going to put it down on the table like this. Come on. Because I'm going to use the table to help get them flush at this end. I'm going to take another one of these and put it right next to it and kind of push them together. So that should give me, and we'll work this back and forth as needed, but we're just going to try and keep everything flush and 90 degrees. And we'll verify that 2 or 3 times as we do these. But I always try and use another piece of aluminum as a kind of a blocker there to help line things up. And your fingers will be the best gauge for how level everything is and how square everything is. I say the best gauge. It's technically not the best gauge, but unless you've got a flat machining surface, your hands are going to tell you when things are nice and flush and when there's a little ridge. You can tell when things are rotated slightly. Okay, so that's pretty darn good. The record blade for remodeling. Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is you need a higher tooth count, because if you get a lower tooth count, like for rough cutting lumber or like rough framing, those teeth can actually catch in the extrusions here if you hit it just right. And I've sent a piece of extrusion flying, and it's embedded in the 3/4 inch OSB on the wall. I mean, things embedding in the drywall is one thing. Things embedding in the 3/4 inch OSB or 3/4 inch plywood, that's a bit. So you see what we're doing here. We've got the 2040s and the 2020, and we're trying to make this as square as possible and make sure that everything's nice and flush and level side to side as much as we can on a table that I guarantee you is not flush and level. Now we're going to use some brackets, and we're going to need the bottom rear frame assembly, which is what we just built, 2 joint plates, 12 M4 by 8mm screws, and 12 T-slot nuts, and the bottom original frame. So I'm going to scoot this over the side, and we're going to be looking for M4 T-nuts, which is there, and it was M4 by 8 screws, which are there. And 2 of the plates. Yeah, I'm just reading through the instructions and seeing what we have. So we're going to be using the plates that don't have the writing CNC'd into them. Yeah, so Free Heathen, I remember seeing a post where you said that your farm is down to 1 printer from 4 to 1. Is that just because you've had printer breakdowns, or what's the case there? Yeah, so there's a total of 6, and the sides here are holes, but the tops are slots. So be wary of that. And these are going to be hammerhead T-nuts. Hey, Westry, how are you? Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. So Just going to get a few out here where I know there's the 12 that I'll need. And I know me, so I'm going to actually put these back in here and close them up so I don't knock them off and then make a big mess. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get the plates ready. And then we'll grab the other piece and bring it up here and do some work on it. So standard, put it through, put a couple of turns on the T-nut. Make sure you put the T-nut on in the appropriate manner. So, Sis, the project I've been working on, I'll bring it out and show you in a couple of minutes. You're feeding horses, prepping GoPro for tomorrow. Awesome. And tomorrow is just the horse stream, or is tomorrow the stream where you're going to try and shoot the bow from the horse? This horse stream. Well, you don't have to say what kind of bow it is. You can just, you're shooting a bow off the horse. You're practicing. You're practicing to get back into your competitive bow shape. Yes, this is the Additiva 3D kit. You can get it off of Belt 3D Printers, belt3dprinterkit.com. You've built one of these? Awesome. I'm so glad I'm like late to the game because Solar's been here and he's built one of these as well. I do want to, after we get this built, of course, we'll start on our 2.4 LDO kit, but I will want to get the upgrade kit for this, which will move everything over from the V wheels to linear rails and switch you over to a BiQ H2V2 extruder. And when I do that, I will actually get the, I'll have to get it separately, but I will get the Revo version so I can use my belt printer nozzles that I got from E3D. Okay, and have I told you all how much I hate hammer nuts? I'm just going to throw that out there. But apparently all of these are M4 screws, so I don't have any M4 T-nuts. Otherwise, I would use those. Okay, so those two plates are done. I'm going to move that out of the way. And we'll grab this out of there. So a couple of things that we know we need to do. other than move the pretty CNC parts out of the way so we don't damage them. Because, you know, grown man crying syndrome thing. Oh, Ender 3D printer instructions for assembly. Well, we won't need those. I'm going to take this off. Apparently I'm down one clip already, so there's a clip in there I'll have to find. And we're going to need to take the bed assembly off as well as the Y assembly off. We will not be using the Y assembly. So we'll also need to basically undo all of our wires to get all of our wires out of the way and undone. So let's go ahead and take some screws out of here so we can get to our wires. And on a Ender 3, which this is an OG Ender 3, you access your motherboard from the top. If this was a Pro or a V2, you access it from the bottom of the printer. Yes, shenanigans, I'm converting this to a belt. And rather than try and tear apart mine that's been heavily modified, I just bought a new one. Because, well, it was easier. It was easier. And so this is just getting converted to a belt printer straight from the word go. And they say to take plenty of pictures so you know how everything goes back. So might be worthwhile to do that. Or what I'm going to do is I'm just going to basically disassemble this off, which will make that a little bit easier. That wire comes out, this wire comes out, and this whole thing will come off in one go after I undo 2 screws. So these are the big ones. And so just like that, that piece comes off. Two, 4, 3, and we've got a whole mess of. So there's a whole mess of what we'll refer to as hot snot, aka hot glue in here that you've got to take off. They hot glue all the connectors in, and that's, I understand it. It helps with their quality control when printers get shipped for long distances. It just ensures that all of the connectors should at least be in there upon arrival. So we got that done. We're going to undo our motors. So that's one bundle. We're going to leave our ribbon cable here. I'm not going to really need to take that out. You do want to be somewhat careful as you're pulling this hot glue off, that you don't gouge the board, damage the board, tear up the board. Unless you're like me and have like 8 of them up there in the closet. Then, well, you know, you can do whatever. So, sis, I know that you're out and about working with the horses. So let me do this one more time before, because I know you may have to go into lurk mode. But Reheathen says I need to increase it a little bit and reprint these parts, just to increase the size so I can add some padding underneath it. But I'm still going to put this together, and weld everything together, whether I use epoxy or the plastic welder like I got you, acetone weld something. I'll test out different methods to see which one is easier and how it goes. It tucks in pretty close right here. I've got a little bit of we'll say some excess here from when I lost my weight, but it's a little, and it's in a couple of places. But yeah, I've got a plastic welder, and she uses her soldering iron. Yep, and the plastic welder is just a bigger tipped soldering iron. I mean, that's all it is. But I definitely want to try the different techniques out, because one technique may be better for a specific piece than another, right? So I'll have to check those. And before I do anything else, I do want to I will do the thing that's called take a picture. Not that I really need it because I've got like 5 diagrams over here. So we're going to undo that one, which is the case fan. And the rest of these, we're going to go through and basically undo them so we can pull the wires so they're out of the way, because it basically said undo all the wires and pull them out. So, Creatix Britt, how are you doing this evening? Hope you're doing well. Those are the ones that pull out. Now we've got to do some unscrewing, which that'll be the fun part, is just trying to remember, okay, what part goes where as far as, I say fun part. It's not really that hard. And I believe there's already firmware out there on their Facebook group for the Big Tree Tech SKR Mini E3 V3. And if so, then that'll probably be what I put back on here. Whoops, let me switch the screens so you can see what I'm doing. So now we've got this big bundle, and we just need to try and figure out how to get it through the hole there. And quite honestly, the easiest way is going to be just to take the case off the frame. Cables will drop out, and then we'll be able to work from there. Yeah, I like that board a lot better than this board anyhow. So that's probably what I'm going to do, Pete. Because I've taken all the Creality boards out, because what they like to do is only put silent drivers on like the X and Y, but they'll leave a noisy driver on the Z, which makes zero sense to me, but that's what they do. Wherefore out art their hole. There it is. One hole found. All right, free heathen, take care, my dude. We'll talk to you later. Is it hot there, Westery? Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I'm staying inside. There's no need for me to go outside. So what I'm going to do for now is I'm just going to take my screen cable and I'm just going to fold it inside the case so it doesn't get damaged. And we're going to put the case back on there. I'm not even going to bother putting the fan back in. We're just going to set the case back on there and put the screws back on it for now so that we don't lose any screws. And we go on and do the next piece. You've had trouble getting the printer to work. Now, is that since you did the linear rails or at all? Oofda, it's 100 where you're at, Timor. Who was showing it? It was 102 somewhere. One of the guys at work, wherever. It's like 102 or 103 in Utah, where one of my contractors works. And I'm like, yeah, have fun. Keep it over there. I'm good. Don't need it over here. So we may get a visit from Miss Dragon. It depends on how tired she is. She is back in Oofda. I knew that was going to happen. She left and went back to Colorado today. So I'm back to batching it for a while. What's this? I didn't grab it. Need to get one of these pesky zip ties out of the way. And there is a fabric tape that they put around the wire bundles, and that is to help with any rubbing, to keep the cables from fraying as it goes underneath these cut aluminum extrusions. So you do want to try and find the end and then peel it back so you can get the one cable strand out that has the bed to it. Just trying to find the end is a pain in the butt sometimes. Okay, there we go. '91 with humidity. Oofda. Yeah. Okay, so that's out. This part comes out, which is the bed. Apparently, I need to cut the other one as well to get the. Because they only got one of them in there. That's awesome. But I'm just going to take this and wrap it back up. Try and keep everything together. I need to cut one more wire tie there. And we'll work on making all these wire ties pretty down the road. But that will let us take our bed assembly out. And we're going to need to take this Y-rail out at some point. But for now, I'm just going to set this whole assembly to the side. And we're going to take our wire and our hot end assembly and just set it back over here on the box. And we're going to take our base and work on getting this aligned. Well, hey, Modlight 83, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well today. Hope you're trying to stay cool. Let's go back to the browser window. So, some of the bottom rear frame to the original frame is shown. Please be sure that both structures are very well aligned. You can use a metal ruler or one of the 2040 V slots provided in the kit in order to check for alignment on the bottom face of the final structure. Use both joint plates, M4 by 8mm screws. Okay. So we want to make sure that it's aligned. We got to pop these end plates out. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay this on its side, set the other one up on its side. And this is where we're going to see that we may have some alignment issues going on between here. So we will work on correcting those. We need to get all of our T-slot nuts lined up. It's probably going to be easier to slide them in there, get this lined up and slide it back. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to tighten some of this up first, and then we'll work on making sure that everything is properly aligned, because we're going to have to undo that end back there. So I'm just going to snug some of these up. And you got to make sure that they're hammerhead nuts, so you got to make sure that they twist in there. They don't twist in the slot. You're going to have to keep playing with them till they do twist. These are wanting to be a pain in the butt. So one went, this one didn't. And this is why I hate T-nuts. Is just getting them to actually twist in the frames is kind of a pain in the butt sometimes. I don't think that one and it did not. My goodness. There we go. Finally. We're switching keyboards. This was looking like a Frise. All right, so what I'm trying to do is make sure that this end is properly lined up at the bottom. I don't feel like that one turned. All right, so if anybody has the secret to getting T-nuts to turn, I would really, really love to have that. That was a partial turn. You know what? I'm going to take partial for now. I'm serious. I'm really beginning to hate T-nuts. I didn't really like them to start with either, but All right, note to self: buy M4 Roland T-nuts, because that one's still not fully in there, but it's going to have to do for now. That one twisted. That one twisted. I don't know why the others wouldn't. Okay. He's lined up. I felt it starting to twist, and then it didn't. Apparently, I might have to help some of these along. I don't know why these are such a pickle, and they're not wanting to turn. We're going to try something different. Let's see if I can get these things to pre-twist in here, because I don't know why. It's like they're not twisting. Hey, Solar, you're back. How are you doing? Yeah, I can't even get these things to twist on the frame that came with the kit. On that portion, it's not, they won't even twist. So I'm basically like having to pre-twist these things, slide them in, maybe. What the? Oh, come on. We'll work on getting everything tightened up and lined up. That shit on this side now. Oh. Hey, Pezliz, how are you doing? Hope you're doing fine. I am fighting with T-Nuts, the bane of the existence. I don't know why we've ever, created these things. Oh, don't worry, they twist. No, they don't. I've had like one out of this entirety that actually twisted on its own.
Yes, apparently we want to get the sides done. Well, thank you for the subscription there, Interrupt. Thank you. We want to get the sides done first so we make sure we've got nice lined up edges. Then come back and do the top. Yeah, what we're building today is a Ender 3 belt printer conversion kit. And the company that makes it is Additiva 3D, I think is how it's pronounced. And he's based in Portugal, if I remember right. And right now I'm just trying to get these rear frames aligned and get their T-nuts, which are supposed to, rotate, the hammerhead rotating T-nuts. They're not rotating, so I'm going to manually rotate them, and then I will screw them down, which will bring things nice and tight. And then I'll do the top edges, and then I'll fix this back edge again. Come on, you can do it. All right. Now, one of the things that we also want to do is we'll want to peel these feet off, and we'll apply them back here at the back. And that will help keep our base nice and solid and firm when we're going between the front and the back. And we're going to have to make sure that we're nice and square. I'm just going to give this a little bit of a tighten to firm it up. And then we'll work on squaring it fully and properly. Remember, you can use another frame as a squaring tool between the ends. Okay. And that is our base frame put together. Yeah, I really hate T-nuts, and that's why I've got a bunch of them, but you will see I very much, these are M5, these are M3. I've got a bunch more over in the bench stock. I much prefer these over T-nuts. Yeah, I just have to fight with T-nuts all the time, and it's annoying. Hey, Steve L3D, thank you for the subscribe. Yes, getting your frames nice and square as best you can is definitely a requirement for any printer to be able to provide the best print quality out of it. So we got the frames down, we got the plates installed. Next, we'll be using the left front plate, the right front tensioner, the left front tensioner, the right back plate, and a bunch more of the M4 screws and those dreaded T-slot nuts. So, I am not going to play that game again. So, what we're going to do is put this up on its side. We'll need to put the front and the rear bracket on. We had those over here. We'll figure out which one is which. So this will be for the other side. So this one will be for this side. And we're going to use, once again, it's the M4x8 T-nuts and the M4x8 screws. I'm going to need 3 of them. I'm just going to manually put them in there and line them up. One at the bottom, 2 at the top. Yeah, these suckers are even turning in the slot. How about that? Just going to try and get it lined up. We'll get a couple of these going. Okay, so once I get all these in here, I'm going to move it flush with the front and the bottom. And I'm just going to hold it there with my fingers and tighten up one of these, and then I'll work on tightening up the rest. And like I said, you can use a bar, whether it's another one of the extrusions, a square, or whatever you'd like to try and make sure that these are flush and square with both the bottom and the front of the extrusions. And then on the back, we'll use one of these plates. And I'll have to take a look and see which way they go. So this will be on the other side. This will be this side. So this little flange that goes towards the inside. So this will go on there in this manner. And I'm going to look and see kind of where I need to place my hammerhead T-nuts at. And actually, I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to get one in there. Get it started. We'll get the next one in here started. Bring the plate over the top of it. We'll get the third one in here. With any luck, I had them tight enough that the other two did not twist. Well, one didn't and one did, but we'll work with that. Kind of getting that bottom lined up, and then I'm going to do the bottom one first. And this one. And then this is the one I'm going to have to play with. Hey, John Strand, how are you doing? Yes, this is the Ender 3 belt printer kit. And so far, the only thing that sucks about it is the T-nuts. The hammerhead T-nuts. I would much rather be able to use my standard rolling T-nuts, but these are all M4 screws. So I can't really change them out unless I kind of re-drill everything, which I really don't want to do that. But basically what I'm doing is I'm kind of pre-turning these in the slots because I'm having major issues getting them to turn in the slots themselves. And I'm just kind of lining everything up and getting the screws started. And by getting these things lined up and screwing them down to where they're almost tight all the way, they shouldn't turn, but I should have just enough play to slide the part into final position. Without them twisting out. Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying, John. I did that and I spent like 30 minutes on the first screw. And finally said the hell with it and started trying to pre-position the nuts because they're asinine. I don't know what the deal is and why they won't turn in these slots, but it is what it is. We'll cope. Like I said, it just reminds me why I hate T-nuts. Or excuse me, hammerhead T-nuts. I like rolling T-nuts, just hammerhead T-nuts are annoying as all get out. Yeah, the big thing is if they did this with M5 screws, I would have been set because I would have just taken these things, chucked them right in the garbage, and used rolling T-nuts that I've got for days. But alas, these are all M4 screws. So can't really do that. Okay, those are on now. So we've got our base. Once again, this will be the front. This part will be the back. Your party got rained on. Have to replace the thermistor on the FISEC clone because I'm getting a thermal anomaly error when heating the hot end up to 240 for PETG. Oofed. Okay, and is what FISEC clone is this? Is this just a FISEC clone hot end, or is this a like a FISEC clone Mark III? What is this? The CNC tensioners will be installed right on the edge of each corner of the extended bottom frame, which is where they are. They're right at the edge, right at the corner. And the back plate is the same thing, which is what we did. Then we're going to take the X-axis assembly from original top frame and get it ready for modifications. Yeah, so let's get our, I'm just going to set this over on the ground for the time being. And we'll grab our X gantry. Well, there's our hot end. X gantry. Be that piece and that piece. And the other piece is down at the bottom. Yeah, that piece. So our gantry, um, let me see if I need to assemble the gantry first and then make the changes. We'll see. It's an E3D hot end clone i3 Mark III printer. Okay. Oh, nice. Um, yeah, so I've got a FISEC Bear kit. That's Purple Haze over here in the back corner. That I got off of Lisa Harshberger from Modbots Community. And it actually had a E3D Revo in it, and I haven't had any issues with that. But she did say she had issues with the parts, and so I junked all the parts and reprinted all the parts in ABS. So I haven't had any issues with it. And it's also sporting a FISEC MMU2 kit on it. So it's my MMU printer. We're going to need a couple of plates here. One looks like a door hinge type of plate. And then the other is a weird little crook plate. So we've got those. So it looks like on the one side, which is this side, we simply add the plate to it. So we're going to pull off 2 screws and redo them, adding the plate back here. Okay. And if I remember right, yeah, let me grab the ender manual and see about putting our gantry together. And watch it say, your gantry is already pre-put together. Just do X, Y, Z. Nope, good. On this piece, these screws are on the wrong way to start with. It's always great. The good news is 2 of these were replacing the bolts on anyhow. I probably should not have taken that off until I had the bolts that I needed. And 5 by 45. Oh, gotcha. Well, at least he was cool enough to say he'd come over and fix it. Some guys would have been like, yeah, peace, it's yours. No seller's remorse. So we took, and all I'm going to do is I'm just going to undo these, push through, and we're putting, which plate on this side? The one that's got the cutout, so it'll fit right in there. So it's going to get in the way, but let's see. No, dang. I just want to make sure that it doesn't pop back out when I'm trying to open or get the other one undone. So all we're doing once again is we're replacing 2 of these screws with longer screws. And all I'm doing is pulling the one out as I'm inserting the other. And if I do it right, it should just go right on through like that. And then should be able to just put that one on lightly. Take this one back off. Rotate that one down into place. And then put the bolt back on. And then we'll be able to tighten those back up to add those 2 plates, or that plate in there. I don't think there's a huge need to ugga-dugga the crap out of these because you do want your wheels to still be able to roll freely. So they snug it up. That's why they're lock nuts. Yeah, it happens. But I will tell you this, the nice thing about Prusa's is they're pretty easy to work on, and it doesn't matter if they're quote unquote knockoff kits or not, because you use the same Prusa manuals to get it done. I'm just trying to see what it is that I need to put on here next. This actually mounts to the front side, and this shouldn't have. So all 3 of these screws were backwards. That's interesting. In a not funny way, but that's interesting. Because this is a supposedly a refurb kit. I don't know if it was directly from like Reality or whatever, but it was a refurb kit. At least they had them all in the same direction. And that's going to hit on the extruder, which I might as well take off anyhow just to see if we have the broken idler. That is pretty much standard on every ender because it's the plastic one. Nope, not broken. Looks like they put a brand new one on there though. That out. Need to take. I think we can just shove that all the way in. And I plan on just using this with the standard extruder for now because, like I said, I'm going to get the upgrade kit to it, which will switch it over to the BIQ H2. And I'll just upgrade that to the Revo version. So no biggie here. And if I really wanted to, I think I've got a couple of the metal kits somewhere around here that I can swap out real fast. Once again, I'm just going to take one of the standard link bolts and run it from front to back the other direction. Like that. And hopefully that doesn't foul on the yeah, that's fine. That goes there. This goes here. Oof, yeah, the Revo 6, I mean, if you've got to replace the thermistor or do anything to the hot end, quite honestly, I just drop a Revo 6 into it and be done with it. It's not that hard to do, and I'll be honest with you, I love the Revo system, especially now that they've got the Obsidian nozzles out and the high flow nozzles out and the belt printer nozzles out. It's just like kind of everything's coming together with that system. How's it going, Ronnie Mac? How are you doing? We are working on a belt printer conversion. So what this is going to enable us to do is basically we're taking a standard Ender 3 Cartesian style printer and we're going to be setting it up so that we can do what they call an infinite Z, or basically we can run really long prints, or we can trying to think and do things at the same time. We can either do very long prints or we can do repetitive prints and just have them come off at the end on a belt or off the end onto a tray at the end of the printer. So it's pretty nice from a production standpoint because if you're doing, like, say, cosplay and you're going to be doing a sword or something like that, you can do it in one or at least two long pieces split down the middle that you can then slap together, glue, and then refine the edge, and you've got a nice, fairly light sword that you can use for a cosplay. Or if you're doing, like say you're doing Toys for Tots and you're doing a bunch of, like, you want to do 300 of an item, you can actually tell your slicer, make 300 copies of this item, and it will just keep doing them one after the other on that belt printer. And you'll be able to get all your prints done pretty quickly that way. Now, there we go. Yeah, it's pretty neat to do things like that. I think it's these 4. Because the long ones are for the uprights. Yeah, 4 at the bottom. It'll be 4 at the top. Or no, not. Yeah, 4 at the bottom, 4 at the top. Okay. So, and what I'm trying to do right now is actually put the Ender 3 gantry back together. And that's great. This actually covers up one of the holes. So this was I'll say a refurbished kit. So it's factory rebuilt. So I'm just trying to get the gantry put back together so we can do the next part of the belt printer build to it, or conversion to it. That was somewhat tight. Take this back off so I can rotate this piece out of the way. Loosen the bottom one up just a shade. Then I can rotate this plate out of the way. A little more than a shade. Okay. 5. There we go. Okay, that side almost done. We'll put this back over. Thanks for the alert, John Strand. Get one side back on. The other side. Oh, there's the plate. It's like, what do I do with the plate? Go on there like that. So what I'm trying to do is get this one edge here lined up with the railing as well as this edge butted right up to the edge. And that should line this up well. Okay, so the gantry is back together minus putting this on, but again, why would it have been that easy? So we've got that part done. Through like this between these wheels. There we go. Slide back up again, get our screws started. Okay, we've got that part back on there. On the right side, we'll remove the nuts. Okay, so we take these off. We're going to take the two wheels that we have here off. We are going to reuse our lock nuts. I'm just going to go ahead and remove that as a whole right now. And we use two M5 by 45 screws from the kit. So M5 by 45 screws from the kit. And we're going to go from the front side here now. So it'll be screw, spacer, wheel, and then we'll use the two M5 by 8 by 8 spacers. We'll be looking for spacers. Spacers, spacers, where are the spacers? Oh, there we go. Two M5 by 8 aluminum spacers. So once again, we've got wheel, the original aluminum, or excuse me, bolt, plate, original aluminum spacer, the wheel, the other aluminum spacer. I'm going to do this on both ones right now. So put that there. Where did I put the other aluminum spacer at? You guys see what I did with the other aluminum spacer? There it is. They're just running away. So the other aluminum spacer goes down at the bottom. Then we're going to take our plate and pay attention to the orientation. The rounded edges go on the outside, and there is a bit of a notch at one end. And it looks like it's more pronounced on one side than the other. We'll put the more pronounced side to the top. I don't think it's really going to matter because basically we're using this plate is going to be used to tighten the belts for the Y-axes. Now it's just a matter of getting our lock nuts back on there and tightening these down. What's everybody working on this evening, other than John going into work and having to fix the printer? I know Chewy's probably working on something. One side done. Now we're going to do the other, or the top done. Now we're going to do the bottom one. Steve L 3D printing parts for your Rook 2020 build. Nice. I need to do that as well. I've got the other, the 2020 frame kit, and I was going to build a third Rook with it rather than just put that on the Fabrico kit. So I should have another printer in the works semi soon. Okay, so we've got our gantry done. So once again, it's yeah, we've added the spacer. There's the nylock nut, the new screw, and the right plate. Now there's the head plate. So this is to change the orientation of our print head. So we'll need that plate. And I'm going to go ahead and mount, follow this and mount it with this original hot end that they've got on here. Simply because I don't have a Revo CR at the moment. Because I put the one that I had that I was planning on putting in this kit on the Rook. I guess I can go and pull it off the Rook, but nah, I'm not going to pull it off the Rook right now. Because it's downstairs and I'm lazy and don't want to run downstairs and do it. And I've got another one that should be here by Thursday. So I got shipping notifications for a bunch of stuff from Chris at KB3D. So it should be here by Thursday, I believe, if not by Friday. So we'll replace it before we get this up and running regardless. So we've got our head plate. We're going to need 2 M3x6 screws that are the original ones. Those are the ones we're going to pull off of the shroud. We'll need a couple of M3x16 screws. M3x16 screws. We got those two. M3x25 screws. Two pieces of M3x25. M3x6x10 aluminum spacers. I just saw those. 2 M3x6x10 aluminum spacers and 2 M3x6x5 aluminum spacers. 3x6x5 aluminum spacers. Okay. So this is what it's going to look like. We're going to take our M3x6 off the shroud. Now let's just get our shroud off of there. And then we're going to take off our hot end. So it looks like we're going to use our original M3x6 to attach this back to the same place where it was to attach our plate. Okay. And then we're going to need to add in our spacers. So we're going to need the smaller ones for the hot end. Two M3x6x5s. And I've grabbed my 25 millimeter long screws. And we're going to go through our hot end and through our spacer. Come on. Through our hot end, through our spacer. And we're going to mount these two over here. And we've got our PTFE tube. It looks like it's going to go behind it. So we need to make sure that our PTFE tube is going behind. Get these lined up on the holes, hopefully. Then we'll screw these down. These go all the way through, and these are through holes. Yeah, it's not showing any nuts here, which makes me think that these should be going through these spacers into threaded holes in this aluminum plate. And those aren't threaded holes. So we're going to have to put some nuts on the backs of these. And now that I'm improvising, these are M3s, so I'm going to grab some M3 lock nuts, because I definitely don't want these coming undone. Because I'm using lock nuts, I won't need to use a any type of other fastener on it, or like I won't need to use a washer or anything like that. So I will put that there, take this one, crank it down. Because these are through holes, there could be a little bit of play in the holes. So I want to make sure that the hot end is I'm going to pull it up, which is in essence going to pull it to the bottom of the holes to try and keep it as straight as possible on there. The next up would be our fan shroud, which will go on using the M3 by 16 screws and the M3 by 6 by 10 spacers. And then I'm pretty sure we're going to have to get a couple of more of our lock nuts for this. So it's going to go through the shroud, through a spacer, through the shroud, through a spacer, over, line up the holes. Probably without scratching everything all up. Yes, M3 by 6 by 10, this puts it a long ways off, and there's very little thread left over to go through here with these M3 by 16s. Like I said, this kind of really does look like it was meant to be words are hard sometimes. It really does look like it was meant to be threaded directly into or screwed directly into this plate, but these are through holes. So those 16s are kind of short. It's not going to leave me much thread to work with. So I'm going to grab some, I believe I've got some, I don't have 18s. Not in socket head screws, so I'm going to have to go with some M3 by 18, or not button head screws, but I'm going to have to go with M3 by 18 socket head screws. I have to actually do M3 by 20, but 18 should give us a little bit more purchase when doing the lock nuts afterwards. So yeah, I'll give us a little bit. Hey, Everything Plus Ultra. Hey, Yuma Zexel. How are you all doing this evening? So we are working on an Ender 3 to belt printer conversion kit. And the Ender 3 that we're using is a newly purchased donor for this kit build. Whoops. So we just had to basically assemble our gantry for the first time because, we didn't have it assembled to start with. And now I'm just going through and really, this might not be an M3 by 18. What I'm doing right now is trying to go through and do the location change for the hot end. In this case, what we're doing is we're moving it from the front plate of so we're moving it from being vertical like this to being what would normally be horizontal. And right now I'm trying to, so it called for using M3 by 16 screws, but that only works if the screws were being screwed directly into the metal part, the CNC metal part. But apparently apparently it's not tapped. So I'm having to improvise on these 4 screws, and luckily the first 2 for the hot end were long enough, and I was able to just put in some M3 lock nuts. But the 2 for the fan shroud were way too long, were way too short. And so what I'm trying to do right now is get some longer screws put in there so that I can get some M3 lock nuts on there to hold the shroud in place on the spacers. And thank you for the follow, Yuma Zexel. Thank you for joining in. Oh, okay. So that's done. I'm going to put that there. Get some of this stuff moved around. And see what's next. So we now got our hot end redefined here. So we're ready to go there. Next up is preparing the top frame. And what we would do is we'd have the original top frame set up. So again, I'm going to set this assembly off to the side momentarily. And we'll get our top frame set up. Here's our top frame set up. And yep, that's our top frame set up. It's all right, Z, and yes, so Z's on left side. These are on the inside. So once again, this was a used kit that had been taken apart and repacked. So I'm just having to do some slight reassembly on a few things as we go here. So these are the long ones are through the base. The other four here are through the top. And these go through the top and into that. These are fours. I'm just going to get these kind of in there fairly loosely, and then I'll work on squaring it up here in a second. Hey, Kit Skyfire, how are you doing? Yeah, it's a V-wheel thingy. It is a Ender 3 being converted to a belt printer. So basically, an Ender 3 turning quasi CR30, right? So we're gonna try and make sure that these are nice and square. We tighten them up. And yeah. Can't say X now anymore. Might have a copy. Well, I know that there was something about Microsoft had copyrighted the X symbol. I'm trying to remember, is that from way, no. Because to me, it looks more like X Windows, as in the old Unix X Windows system, than anything else. So now that we've got this put back together, we're going to be using our other two V slots that came with our kit, which these are 2040 and they look like what, 500? So there should be one with no holes and one with holes. Peel this plastic off of here, which is going to be a pain. This plastic's annoying. It's obviously on there a lot longer than the other extrusions. Gotcha. What have you been up to, Kit Skyfire? Hope you're doing well today. Okay, so we've got our original frame part. We've got our frame with holes, our frame without holes, our extrusion with and without. We need the top left corner plate and the top right corner plates. Some M4x8 screws and some M4x8 slot nuts, which are the bane of my existence right now. Okay, need to hydrate real fast. Using the previous materials, assemble them as shown in the next picture. Please be sure everything fits. One moment. Alexa, stop. Sorry, I set a battery to check my, or shoot, set an alarm to check my batteries because they had died on me early on the last stream. So I think we should be good for a little bit longer. So the 500 with no holes will get this one. So that'll go on this side. 500 with holes goes here. And the holes need to be on the left side, which they are. So that piece will go there. That piece will go there. Oh, nice. And it doesn't really tell me squat as far as how things line up. But we do have two larger holes here, which will be able to go over, or should be able to go over the bolts. Whoops, we got to take these ends off. End caps off. And then this should be able to butt up and it will go over the two bolts, so it'll be able to sit flat. So does not tell me which particular side to put the existing frame on, so we'll just kind of pick one. And we're going to kind of do the same thing I was doing before. Besides flipping that, is get a couple of our T-nuts in here and pre-twist them. In the groove. And then we'll get them started. We'll do this on both sides. Because like I said, these M4 these M4 T-nuts have been the bane of my existence. Like, they are not turning in the extrusions to save my life. And they are just rather annoying. And that one just moved. Completely twisted out of the way. Let's try this again. Ordering parts for the Tri-Zero build. You are a glutton for punishment. Oh. Okay, so I'm making sure that it's lined up with this front edge and pulled over so that when I tighten it down, it should be flush with the front edge of this piece. And then we'll be able to butt these up. Now, the reason I'm doing the original piece first is so I'm going into actual holes here, where on the new uprights that I'm adding it to, there's slots. And there's slots on the side as well. So these will help align it, and then the slots give me some slop when I'm adding the other pieces. Yeah, that's always great when you're doing a modded version of a printer and you get everything printed, and then right when you go to actually start the build, it's like, oh, they came out with new versions like the night before. And you're like, oh. those shenanigans, I got this kit and I got it from belt3dprinterkit.com. So once again, that's belt3dprinterkit.com. And that is the website for Additiva 3D. Cyborg. Okay. So you just saw me flip this around. What I'm going to do is flip these around. And what I'm going to try and do is see if this piece will just hang there while I go to install the other pieces, which it looks like it will. So yay for that. Now I'll just have to work my T-nuts into the right place. Seriously. Yeah, exactly. I actually have two more Ender 3 kits coming. Bought them from the same place I got this particular donor printer from. So I'm just trying to push it up and kind of get it right up against the top extrusion and the corner here. When I tighten this down, once again, these are slots on this face and on the side here. So you do have a little bit of wiggle room to make sure that they're nice and square. But yeah, they just came out. So they have a 90-degree conveyor belt. So that basically just adds a beltable build platform to a standard Ender 3. And what that enables is that will enable you to print like you normally would, and then conveyor off the printed part when it's done and immediately start the next print, right? Where what this kit will allow you to do is continuously print either multiple parts or large, long parts. And my understanding of the slicer is you would be able to take one object and simply tell it, okay, make me 80 copies, and it'll print it out 80 times. So it would do, like one iteration, do a, however long distance between copies, and then start the next copy. And when you're done, it would just rotate all of them, the final ones off, and you can just put them down into a bin. So it's great for mass production of a single object, or doing a really large object. So if you're doing cosplay and you're doing like a long sword, you can cut the sword in half down like the middle of the blade, say like right down this trough here, and then put the two parts together and glue it together, and now you've got your sword. Or I have seen Scott do a 5-foot long flexi dragon. Basically took a flexi dragon and figured out how wide he can make it, and that's how long he can make it. Which is pretty cool for a guy like me that likes dragons. Oh yeah. Hey Rob Inc., how are you doing? Thank you for coming in and joining us. All right, Kit Skyfire. I don't know what kind of math you're over there doing. No public math. Don't make me do polynomials on channel. That's not fair. Okay, so we've got our 45-degree piece done. Holes on the left side, and it should be 195 millimeters from the bottom. Watch me have put that one edge on wrong. There's 195 from the bottom. I did. Dang it. So I need to take this one off and flip it, which stinks, but we'll do it. Yeah, I was having to take a math class for my bachelor's, and now mind you, this was a good probably decade or so after I'd taken my AP calculus in high school. So I had the math credits that I needed when I first got out of high school for the degree I was going for. And then, of course, I waited and waited, and by the time I went to use it, they were like, "Oh, you need to retake all of these math classes again." And I remember going in and getting the book for the math class, and it was like, "Oh, da 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 da, polynomials," and I was like, "The hell is a polynomial?" I like literally had to look it up, and then once I did, I was like, "Oh, those are easy." But I was like initially dumbfounded because it had been so long since I had done, algebra and calculus and all that. Oh yeah. Well, and that's the thing is it's just like anything else. The longer the print is, the more things that can go wrong, and that just it happens that way. More things can go wrong, and when they go wrong, you've wasted a lot more time, a lot more filament, you know. So, yep. I know, in doing helmets, and you're printing a helmet that takes 4 days to complete, and you have a power outage in day 3, and you just want to like cry. And that's why my Ender 5 that's been converted to a 0G downstairs that I do my helmets on is connected to a backups because I've lost a helmet more than once. And so I figured out how to fix that problem. Okay. So now that we fixed our RTFM issue, because I didn't look at the diagram there, next items from the kit in the original, the modified X-axis assembly, okay, the modified top frame, some more than 4x8 screws and nuts, and the M5x8 screws. Awesome. Insert the modified X as shown in the next picture. Use blue tape. You can secure X to the top bar and avoid it from dropping in the next step. Yeah. So we want to install our X on this side, and it slings under. And let me rethink that idea. So we're like this. Fan is facing up, so it goes in like this. Okay. Oh. Stop. Hoping they've got the wrench in here. All right, Pete. Thanks, buddy. You'll send pictures of your build? Awesome. Finally. There we go. Okay. I'm going to flip this over and make sure that I am seeing things the right way. So our tensions are up here. I'm seeing the actual fan, the hot end fan. The extruder's on this side with the X motor. Okay, so we seem to be in the right location. And we're going to install this onto our base. This is a kit, Aussie. This kit is, give me 1 second for a thought. This is a kit by Additiva 3D. It is available on the website. Available on the website, and that website is belt3dprinters.com. And you can go out there and get it. I want to say right now it is $260. Well, I'll double check that, and I'll actually bring the website up here in a second. Let me switch our view here right fast. Well, I want to switch the view here. There we go. So this is actually the upgrade kit.
but it's belt3dprinters.com. And let me grab that and we'll put it in chat. Oh, there you go. Thanks, Kit Skyfire. So this is the kit that we're working on, is the Ender 3 belt printer. It's $360. It's actually gone up since I bought it. I think they may have had show specials around Murph. Yeah, it's currently on sale, but I want to say I got it cheaper than $360. I can't remember. But like I said, they may run specials during like the Rep Festival time. So just keep that in mind when you do decide that you want to go and get one of these. Because there is another 3D printing festival coming up called Earth real soon. So I am going to set this to the side briefly so I can grab the base and bring the base back up here. And then we'll fix the base, because I just realized this bracket is completely in the wrong direction. So we will have to fix this bracket and turn it around. But yeah, it's been a pretty nice little kit. Like I said, other than the M4 nuts, which are the bane of my existence. Hey, KB3D Chris. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, so I saw a lot of packages got put in the mail there, Chris. I think they should be here Thursday and or Friday, if memory serves me. So thank you for that, kind sir. Yeah, I am really, really looking forward to it. And, I'm going to do some type of reveal stream when that stuff gets here and I get them installed. So once again, we want this to be flush along the bottom edge as well as against the front here. Okay, now we're going to go back over to our instructions.
And we want, we'll say we want it facing like this. We're going to do M4 by 8 screws and M4 slot nuts on that end. Okay, so the slot nuts will come through here to here, and then the M5 by 8s will be down at the end. So that'll be fun. And we're going to grab our gantry. It's going to go in this orientation. Just going to take these and set them back there for now. I'm going to sit just like that. And what I'm going to want to do, pretty bad, I need the M5 by 8s. And I'm going to go ahead and put them in the back end there. And by the back end, I mean I'm going to come around to this side. The ends of these slots line up with the CNC aluminum piece. And so by putting in an M5 by 8, it's going to help keep this from falling forward and falling off while I work on getting the others. I'm not going to tighten these all the way down just yet, but I want to just get them in there so it keeps the 45 frame from actually falling off the printer. And I'm not sure if you guys can see me over here. This is just going to hold things in place while I get the other screws started and put in. And actually, I think I am going to go ahead and just bolt these down. And you probably can and should, since all of this stuff is going metal to metal, put some Loctite on them. And if you need to, because you hadn't been doing any of it yet, just I'll pull one of these out and put Loctite on it, put it right back in. Then I'll just go to the next one. I don't know how much of how much vibrations this machine's going to go through in the process of printing, but I don't know why I hadn't thought about doing the Loctite yet. Well, like I said, by doing this, it will help hold the frame on there as I go to do the other, the M4 and screws and T-nuts on the sides. Hey, Esrona, how are you doing tonight? Lurking because you can't type much. Gaming with Sarah. Oh, so that's why Sarah's been quiet, is because she's over there gaming with you. I see how it is. Yeah, that's one of the things that I see this being very useful for is repetitive prints, like for Toys for Tots, as well as like longer 3D prints for like cosplay type things. Oh, all right, folks. Sorry, 1 second. I gotta dip down here. I just stepped on my shoelace and untied it and darn near fell over, which would have been bad to do on stream. I can see it now. We called 911, but we didn't know where to send them. Boy. So I'm just going to set this over on its side so that I can work on these T-nuts. Like I said, I really, really wish I had like standard slotted T-nuts versus these hammerhead T-nuts, because I've had so many issues trying to get them to actually twist in these extrusions. And I don't know why. But basically what I'm doing is pre-twisting them and then sliding them in place where they need to be. And then dropping the M4x8 bolt down on them. And then we'll tighten them up. And the front edge of the frame here, I'll bring you guys in for a close-up. It's like everything else. The front edge of this extrusion needs to be right nice and flush with this CNC part. So you might have to push it in a little bit just to get it nice and flush. But once you have it nice and flush, you're good to go. Yeah, you're here, but you're not like saying hi and everything. Last I knew, you were out checking on the horses, and now I find out because Sarah ratted on you, or I'm sorry, that Shannon ratted on you, that you're over there playing Destiny. Or I'm assuming you all are playing Destiny. Or should I say, Shannon's playing Destiny and Sarah's probably still pulling mobs and dying? Exactly. And I'm just giving you crap, right, sis? Okay, so we got this side done. Let's go ahead and do this side. So let's pick this up, turn around, and then we'll do, crud. Belay that. We're going to flip it over and do the other side because I forgot I've got all these wires here. Stallmucker Simulator 2023. Uh-huh. I'm going to go feed the horses in 3 hours after we get done with this this raid or this level. Has to be at least as exciting as PC Builder Simulator or Power Washing Simulator. Yeah. Hey, Ian Douglas, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. So we are building a Ender 3 belt printer conversion kit. And you'll see me like putting the printer over on its side and flipping it all around. And that's because they use primarily M4 screws and these frickin' hammerhead T-nuts that I can't seem to get to twist in the dang extrusions worth a darn. Not that it's annoying or anything. If only they were nice enough to do M5s. And I can't bring myself to try and drill out these beautifully CNC'd parts to make them M5s. I can tell you that this is pretty darn stout of a printer right now. Okay, so those are done. We still need to do this side, and we've got all of these wires hanging down there. So let's goofball them up here. We'll turn this around. Put it on its side so that we can go ahead and get a couple of our T-nuts inserted in here. Yeah, so the colors here are red and black because we basically were using an Ender 3 frame plus a few added extrusions. There was, 5 added extrusions. We've got a couple of 2040s and a 2020 in this back area. And then we've got 2 500 millimeter 2040s in the front to make up the rest of the front angle for the 45. And all of the red parts that you see are CNC machined aluminum, and they're beautiful. Very, very nice. They're CNC machined aluminum that are powder coated. And I haven't had any issues so far on needing to clear out any of the powder coating, but I do know that that's coming up. The only real issue I've had is the screws called for on the mounting plate for the hot end. It's because we basically we turn the orientation of the hot end 90 degrees for this belt printer design, and it calls for screws that would be perfect if the metal plate that provides that 90-degree shift was threaded, but the plate is not threaded, which means we have to through bolt it, and So I had to add a couple of different screws that were a little bit longer and some M3 lock nuts to make sure that they stay in place and don't go anywhere. Because it would be very bad if your hot end fell off the printer. And so this printer used to be available in a green, and it was like a hunter green and red, and now it's only available in the red. You can get a green kit from Fabrico, but it doesn't have a few of the upgrades that this kit comes with, this version comes with. And any of the upgrades that you will get, I believe, are only available in red. So you'd wind up with a Christmas tree printer with some parts green and some parts red. So just something to think of. And so does anybody here get the Alien 3D boxes? Yeah, there's your M4s going through the sides. And then you'll have the M4s going through the sides with the M5x8 going through the bottom. Now we're going to install the movement mechanisms. New top corner brackets with belt tensioners. So we will go ahead and put her upright. Make sure that we're not on any of our wires, any more than we have to be. Okay. And okay. Yeah, I got the July box. So it actually arrived yesterday, but my mailman is so nice enough that he actually puts the box. So I've got the kiosk style mailbox. So you can put the box in it when the front door's open. But then when he closes the front door, you can't get the box out. So we actually had to leave a note to tell him, like, hey, can you give us our package? And I've had meds that be done with meds too. But we got orange silk. This is the King Rune orange silk. TTYT 3D, a lime green PLA. A BB Life blue pearlescent silk. That one's kind of shiny. And then a Sliceworks orange, blue, green silk PLA. So we're going to take that. We're just going to That one's a kind of a cool color one. All right, you get the project only, and the project, I believe, is a lighted calendar, or not a calendar, lighted clock, if I remember right. I don't think he's dropped it, but from everything that's in there, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a lighted clock. Okay, installing the top corner brackets and belt tensioners. We'll need the corner brackets, the left and the right, some M4 by 12 millimeter screws, and M4 nylock nuts. That's interesting because I can get this open. Lunar phase clock. Okay, there we go. And this comes with probably some M4 screws, probably some M4 by 8s, and some of those hated T-nuts. But I don't think we're going to use it because it wants us to use M4 by 12s and nylock nuts. So we'll have a couple of these that we can throw in our spare parts bins, and we'll need our M4 by 12s and some I'm going to clean a couple of things up real fast. M4, not T-nuts. M4 nylock nuts. Okay. We're probably going to go like that. Yeah, these come from the outside to the inside, and bolts come in from the outside with the nylocks on the inside of the printer. Now, I hope at some point his suppliers actually start getting their act together. Because I'd hate to see him continue to lose people because he can't get his project boxes out on time. And when it's really just, it's a supplier issue. Okay, I believe we've been using the 2.5 millimeter. We're just going to use our pliers. Okay, that side's on. Now we're going to do the other side. Okay. Okay, we've got those. It does show the belts, but we haven't worked on the belts just yet. Do the left side, do the right side. Next, we're going to need the 8mm rod. I'm going to scoot this over some. Millimeter, 4mm. Okay. We're going to need the 8mm rod, 60-tooth timing pulley, 2 of the 20-tooth timing pulleys, M5x8 screws, M5x8 screws, closed loop GT2 timing belt, oh, 2 of the ball bearings, mm, 8mm bore,5 diagonal motor bracket, I believe is this piece. M4x8 screws, M4x8 spot nuts, of course. The original Z-axis motor and 3x6 screws. Belt. All right, cool. Sounds like we're going to be getting into some fun stuff now. Okay. So we're going to kind of slide some components onto the 8mm rod. We need to make sure that they go on in the right orientation. So we're going to start with our 8mm pulleys, and so our big and our 2 small ones. And because these are motion, we are going to definitely need our Loctite for these. So we will adjust these later, but I'm going to get some Loctite on these and just get them loosely on our rod in the right layout. In this case, the big end goes towards the inside of the rod, little end, or where the belt portion goes, is towards the outside edge of the rod. Goodness gracious. Okay. Off my own. All right, folks, I'm going to put you on mute real fast. The issue I'm having is they've cut the rod, but they didn't chamfer the edges. So it's starting to gouge the soft aluminum insides as I'm trying to put it in the pulleys. So I'm going to mute you real fast while I try and chamfer the ends. I'll push the view so you can see what I'm doing here. Okay, so apparently my champering bit doesn't like me, so we'll go maybe a little bit old school and just use the rasp. There we go. That's better. And I'm just going to pick a spot and just loosely butt these up against the end just so they're there. Can you chuck it in a drill and run it against some sand? Yeah, I could do that as well. I could do that as well. So we've got that in there. The other pulley goes on with the short end towards the middle, just somewhere along the way. We will figure out the actual spot a little bit later here. We're just going to put a dab of our Loctite on there. And about there. And like I said, I'm just very lightly running these set screws in until they hit the metal. And we'll actually set them once we get into a later step. Right now, we're just trying to get the orientation of the parts right. Tighten until it looses, and that'll do fine. Yep. Yep, yep. What is that? Tighten until you feel the tension release, or until you hear it crack. Pull it back. Unscrew, reprint, and then screw again. Okay, so our two end 8mm pulleys, the belt grooves, the tooth grooves are facing the outside. The drive gear will be with the set screws facing the middle or the inside. We do need to make sure that we get one of our belts on there while we're at it. We got to remember that it stays on there, right? Just set that in there right there. Shaft will be installed in the rear part of the printer. Insert the 8mm rod with the previously mounted items into both side holes. Okay, well that's great. So let me loosen this side. Yeah, I'm on the right side, right? Yep. Really? You went in there, now you won't come back through. There we go. Ah, there we go. Seriously? Okay. 8mm shaft rod in there. Here, both sides of the shaft with an 8x16x5 flange ball bearing and M5x8 screws. These will be the F68ZZ bearings. Coming from the outside. And we'll need the M5x8 screws. And this is where we might run into some issue because we're going into powder coated threaded holes. And they go, they're going in pretty easy, so they must have fixed the tolerance issues there. So 5x8 in one side, same thing on the other side. We're going to get our flange on the rod, maybe. Come on. Oh. Hey, Blacksmith Pop, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Now I'm having issues getting that flange bearing in on the other side. Just got home from work? Okay. You want to do one of these belt kits, but the only one you seen was off. I don't know what you mean by off. There we go. That's better. So I'm just going to try and make my rod about even. I need 2 more of the M5x8 screws. And my 3mm driver. Once again, the sole purpose of these screws is just to hold the flange bearing in place so that it can't pop out. So give them a little bit of tension, but don't try and break the bearing. We need the bearing to rotate nicely. I guess let me throw you guys down here so you might be able to see what I'm actually working on and doing here. Oh, that's why I'm on the wrong view still. Yell at me, guys and gals. There we go. So we got our rod put in place with our fairly loose 8mm GT2 22 GT2 pulleys.
And then we've got our F688 ZZ bearings that are press fit on the ends around the, with the rod going through it with M5 by 8 bolts. And they're just there to hold the flange bearings in place. Okay. All right. So center of the rod on both sides, push pulleys against the flange bearings, and then adjust the headless screws of both pulleys. Okay. So I feel like my rod is pretty close to being even. So it wants us to take our 20 tooth pulleys and push them to the side. And let me see. I'm going to just move some stuff back over here so I can think about turning the printer around. 2.5, 3, 1.5, 2, tweeters and such. Okay. So I'm going to try and turn this way. And hopefully we'll be able to see a little bit more about what we're doing next. There we go. Hope work was good, Blacksmith Pop, and that it wasn't too stressful. Okay, so now it wants us to push these up against the edge on both sides and set the set screws, so we'll do that. There are no flats on this rod, so you're not gonna, we didn't grind any flats in here, so we're just going to try and tighten these up as best we can against the rod without stripping the head out. Okay. Then we're going to take our diagonal bracket, which is for mounting the Z motor. We're going to take the okay. We need our Z motor, which is indicated in this case because it's got the motor mount or the standoff here. So we'll just take that off. I'm just going to go ahead and continue to add it to the parts pile over here. Install the diagonal bracket and motor in the right side of the machine using M4 by 8 screws and M4 slot nuts. Install the motor with 2 M3 by 6. I don't know why it said only 2 instead of 4, but we'll go with it.
We'll go with it for now. Let's see if it shows us orientation. So this is going to get installed. On this angled piece right here. And then we'll install the motor. How do I want to do that? Okay, we'll start with putting it over on its side. So once again, we have an easier time with our M3x6 screws. That up there so it's out of the way. No, I need you to stay up there, my friend. So, yeah, it's the build over bot. Have you do you have a belt printer and have you looked into them at all or I mean, I just kept seeing these and I was like, they look pretty awesome, so I want to give one a shot. I figured might as well go ahead and pull the trigger and do this one. I built a couple of baby belts, but I've never got them, I'll say, fully set up and running. So something I probably need to work on. Okay, can you still hear me? Can you still? Yeah, okay, mic's still working. Um, I said, have you ever built one, or have you just been looking at one? Like, what's your experience so far with a belt printer or looking at a belt printer? I'm just curious to see if you've ever built one. Can we get an actual, I'll say, dimension that they're going to want us to look for, which is 37 millimeters from the end to the top. Yeah. Oh, I get that. In this case, I think I'm primarily going to look at it for some larger cosplay prints, but I think the majority use that I'll get out of it will be serial printing, like Toys for Tots stuff. Okay, so we got our bracket there and our motor. I'm going to go ahead and put the pulley on first. You can get the pulley put on. Of course, we need to get our Loctite out. Tiny dab will do you. Yeah, I kind of look at it just sort of almost like a novelty. And just, well, why not? I've got a bunch of other printers. Why not something else, you know? And it looks like this pulley is going to go upside down. Ah, and this motor does not have a D shaft. So for now, I'm just going to install it flush with the end of the shaft. We'll make it align here in a minute. And bar this bracket, and this goes down towards the bracket. Yeah. And calls for M3x6 screws. It says original, but yeah, okay. There may be some original screws in there. I'll have to find them. You've yet to print a single cosplay out? Yeah. I'm starting to. One, because, you know, if I don't come up with a costume for myself, my wife is going to. And just say I don't necessarily like the ideas that she comes up with all the time. I know, that's probably not the best thing to say, but, you know, is what it is. Okay, so we have that there. Just the belt tension using the slotted holes in the motor bracket. Okay, so let me move these out of the way. We're going to go ahead and put our belt printer back up on its feet. And we'll bring this back over. I forget my big head in the way. And we're going to want to line up our belt. Oh, wow. I measured that out and it's still going to be way too tight. So I'm actually going to back off my mount screws. Just a shade so I can push the whole mount back. hopefully. Get the belt at least pulled over. Let the weight of the motor put some initial tension on it. And then we'll go back and look at our measurement again as 37. And that's shy, actually low. So there's that part, and then we should be able to just push our motor down to set our initial tension here. Make sure everything's lined up belt-wise. Rotate the shaft and the belt some. Tighten up our 60 or 80 tooth pulley, whatever it is. Oh yeah, no, I'll just say that sometimes she comes up with some ideas for Halloween that I'm just not fully on board with. Love her to death, don't get me wrong. But all right, now all I'm doing here is just aligning my two pulleys. Now that I've got both of them sort of lined up and they're not rubbing against an edge. Okay, that, and then it starts rubbing against an edge. And just rotating it, your belt should self-align itself. And you're just looking, it can be close, but you don't want it to be right up against one of the edges of the flanges because that will cause the belt to start fraying out on that edge. And I think we're good. Where are we at here now? Yeah, thanks to solar for nothing. The solar didn't do anything, right? So we've now got our drive pulley for our Y axis done. Now we need to install the diagonal GT2 belts and tension both sides using a measuring tape. Check for X-axis alignment on both sides. Taking bottom side of diagonal bar, belts must be secured, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so belt, belt. I think that's kind of the one thing that I didn't see in this kit was any GT2 belt. And actually, I'm not sure if I saw any belt in the Ender 3 kit either. Maybe pulling my own belt here. Oops, there's or no, that is the X belt. The Y belt is actually still on the Y gantry, but we won't need it. So, huh. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Aha. Belt. So we got belt that was in here with the motor cables and such. So be two different belts in there. Nope, one long belt. So we're going to do the thing. We're going to try and line them up. Bring them down to the end and cut them. Oh, wow. These are like fiber reinforced belts too. Okay, so to start with, I'm just going to, we need to come up from underneath through the metal gap there. We're going to break into our zip tie package. Make sure we don't slice ourselves again. And what we're going to do is we're just going to fold the belt over itself. I'm just going to get a zip tie started here. We're going to take this belt and fold it over itself and make sure that the teeth are interlocking on the belt. Then you'll start tightening up your zip tie. And it's going to be just like this. So you folded your belt over. You can do 2 zip ties, 1 zip tie. It depends on how you want to do it. I guess it helps if I can get the angle right. Gracious. There we go. So yeah, you can do 1 zip tie. You can do a 2nd zip tie and face the head of the zip tie the other direction. But this is how we're going to do our initial belting. And when you route your belt up at the top, make sure that your tensioners are fully loose. That way we'll have full travel to tighten these up when we're done. So we've got a zip tie there. we'll go ahead and we'll do another one, and we'll do it so that the head of the zip tie is going to be facing in the opposite direction now. So we can kind of nestle these into each other as tightly as possible. Just like that. And we'll snip those ends off. We're going to take our belt and run it down and around our GT2 pulley, or GT2 pulley, up around the top pulley, and come back down. So we're going to have plenty of excess. Kind of get your end rounded over a bit so it'll start to bend on its own, because you're going to need to run it under and back up through this that slot there. Use a pick or a pair of tweezers to get it started in there. There we go. And once again, pull it tight. You're going to have a lot of excess here, so we're going to need to deal with that. But it's going to be real hard for me to work up here, so what I need to do is lower my gantry a bit. And I can get the slack taken back out. Roll that over, and I'll run a couple of zip ties against it. We're not trying to like get it fully tensioned and tightened right off the bat. We just want it, we want the slack out of the belt and the belt like teeth interlocking, because that's what's going to help when we do our zip ties. So we've got one going that way. We'll do one going this way. And like I said, there's a little bit of excess here, not to worry. We should be able to take all of that up once we get up to the top here. And I'm not going to cut all of this belt. I'm just going to cut a little bit of it. And we're going to do the same thing over on the other side. So I'm going to have to turn this to where it's facing me. You know, maybe, maybe, don't know, haven't decided. So once again, if you need to, right, take the end and just kind of curl it over on itself. You just want to kind of create a little bit of a roll so that you can get it started up and under. If you don't get it enough, well, hopefully you got a pair of tweezers. You can help it along. Just like that. And we just, like I said, we don't want a ton, but we want a little bit of overlap. And make sure that your teeth on your belt are interlocked. Like I said, I'm going ahead and putting 2 on each end. One just for kind of additional assurance that if one breaks, I'll have a second one there just in case. Loop it around the bottom, through the top. Here it comes back down. And we've got to figure out how to get it to loop up into the end here. Get it somewhat curled and then use our tweezers to help it the rest of the way. And boom, just like that, we're in. Make sure you're aligned on your belt appropriate, or on your pulleys. So the belt paths are correct. Once again, don't worry about the large amount of excess there. We'll cut that shorter, and then we'll fix that on up, you know, when we tighten the belts. And we're just going to kind of find about the same length. And cut this belt. Yeah, I'm thinking about, you know, do I do the Additiva Core XY? I don't know. I haven't decided. We'll have to see. But there are several Ender 3 based conversions for either a Core XY or belt or what have you. So now that we've got our belts on, right, they're not very tight. I think it wants us to see. Follow the diagonal belt, tension both sides, and using a measuring tape, check for x-axis alignment on both sides. Taking bottom side of diagonal bars, belts must be secured and would provide zip ties, cut excess off belt. So it does want me to tension them. Plus a little bit of tension. I am going to remove my blue tape now because I do have tension belts on there. So we don't need the blue tape anymore. Belts are on our pulleys. Everything does look like it's aligned top to bottom, front to back. Loosen that up a bit. And it wants us to check the distance. And really what I'm going to do is kind of run them both up and down. Let it sit there. We'll grab our measuring device. And it wants me to check from the bar to the diagonal, or to the X. And I'm looking at all that 205.5 maybe. Come over this side. And we are low. So the right side needs to go up. I've got like a millimeter difference between the sides. Wonder. Got a bar in the way, so that's not going to work anymore. Release the grub screw and get them just right. Yeah, that's what I was going to. Gotcha. Well, and one thing I want to check out is my, we'll say, is my X gantry Yeah, my gantry itself could be racked, but so could the actual alignment of the gantry on the roller plates. I feel like this side may actually not be straight on the roller plates. Which grub screw would you suggest that I release to get them to adjust? On the bottom bar. It might need a little bit more than that, Stephen Poole. So um, the pulley, the pulleys and the belts are lined up right, but the right side of the gantry is 1 millimeter lower than the left. Like I said, I have a feeling that the issue could be that these plates, because I built this together, the belt pulley on the bottom bar, I guess I don't know how releasing the grub screw on the belt pulley on the bottom bar would affect the height of one side of these or the other. Or are you talking about because this isn't going to move at all? I will say I'm going to undo the pulleys and move them slightly, ever so slightly, to the inside because the belts did look a little bit off. Could also be uneven belt tension. Yeah, I'll have to work on that in a little bit. But honestly, guys, it's almost 10 o'clock. I think I am going to call it a night. We'll come back to this on Thursday. The next thing that we're going to be working on, um, yeah. Hey, how's it going, everybody? Um, sorry about that. Yeah, I'll work on trying to figure out how to fix this gantry because, like I said, this edge piece right here is nice and flush. This one, there's a bit of a gap. So I wonder if I need to fix and true up this side, which may fix that problem. The only thing is, I got to take the plate, I have to take this off of the uprights to even do that. So I'm going to have to figure that out and how I want to do that. Yeah, because that'll be fun. Um, and then yeah, I'll have to figure out how to get this gantry squared up a little bit better. And then next stream on Thursday, the next thing I'm seeing up is we will install the bed belt and the build plate, which becomes the heating element for the belt. So that'll be the next piece up. And we will get to that on Thursday. So everybody, thank you for coming out here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Solar 3DP, I don't know if you're still out there. Thank you so much for all of the gift subs tonight. That was so amazing. I mean, it was amazing. You almost had me speechless there. I really do appreciate it, my friend. Let's go ahead and figure out a place that we would like to raid to this evening. Holy cow, what, Chris? Yeah, I had 30 gifted subs this evening, which was a lot, kind of crazy. Kind of a little crazy, yeah. We'll still need to install the X belt. Just trying to get some things put up. Well, thank you, Stephen. I'm glad that my streams are useful and that you guys find them both entertaining and informative. The belt printer, like I said, let's switch over here. The belt printer has made a lot of progress. We'll work on actually installing the belt and, like I said, the heated element or the heating element in the next stream. And we will work on this mess of wires as well on the next stream. And once again, thanks everybody for coming. Anybody have a suggestion on where to raid out to? Oh, well, thank you, Westery. Are you guys playing and streaming or just playing? What's the deal? Like, is there a place I can go and I guess who can I jump into and check out tonight for a raid. Go back to Twitch and see who's on. I think I saw Creatix Brit just jumped on. Magic Mustafa's playing Knights of the Old Republic. A lot of people playing games. Gosh, a lot of people came on. Yeah, Brit, I think, just went live. Ian Douglas is on. We haven't gone over to Ian in a short bit. What do you guys want to do? You guys want to go over and see Ian Douglas and see, check in on him and see what his giveaways are doing and all that? You guys were just playing, but Brit is on. Like I said, Brit's only got 2 people, so I have a feeling that, well, she is up and talking. So let's see. Let me see if I can try something new. Let me go back here and here. And there we go. Let's create a poll. Who else did I see? I don't know. Let's do a quick 3-minute poll. Let's do a quick 3-minute poll to see who we should raid into this evening while I continue to kind of straighten up a little bit and get my head wrapped around a couple of things this evening. One of which being I still need to route my belt for the x-axis. Of course it won't let me do it that way. All right. Did you really go wrong? Not really. Not really. Either way, I was just figuring I'd let everybody have a quick say and try a poll because, well, I don't think I've ever done a poll. So figure I'd do a quick poll and see what everybody thought so that we can figure out who to stream tonight or who to raid into tonight. If that gave me a little bit of wiggle room. Oh, 1 wheel. Two wheels. There we go. I'm running about blind. But yeah, Chris, we can't really go wrong either way. I just figured, like I said, that we'd do a poll since I've never done a poll, we'd give it a shot. And Chris, once again, thank you so much for all that you've done for me. And you know, the cool new things that are on their way to me right now. I really do appreciate it. The poll should be done with. So let's see who we picked. The results are in 50-50. Really, guys? Okay. Raid tool. Raid. Um, we're gonna raid Ian Douglas. Actually, let me see real fast. What is he working on tonight? No, based on what he's talking about, I'm thinking I'm gonna go over to Britt. So let's go ahead over to Britt. I'm going to go ahead and start the raid. Gang, please come with me and show Creatrix Britt some love. She is a content creator, she is a cosplayer, and she is a consummate 3D printer and a kind of new designer. She's starting to design her own models now. So let's go check her out. And thank you all once again for being here. Come with me on the raid. Show her some love. And if you haven't been there before, go ahead and give her a follow and check her streams out for a couple of times and see if you like her and want to subscribe or not. But thank you all for being here. I will be back again Thursday night at 5 o'clock, and we will continue working on the belt printer. Thanks, everybody, and we'll see you later. Bye now. Yes, I started the raid, so not necessarily bye now, but we will be raiding out here in just a couple of seconds. All right, everybody. Thanks a lot. See you again on Thursday. Bye now.